Working on it. Does that mean that I'm not live? Yeah. I have to figure out why. Am I streaming or not? Anyone? Oh, okay. There we go. Yay, team. We're live again. And I'm Pablo again. I need to ask them about that. I always say, oh, I need to ask them about that, but then I forget. I see we have a few people here. How we doing? Is chat not working? I have yet to see anyone. Can someone post so I can know if chat's working? What's my lag? One sec. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What the hell? Hey, do you still see me? Because for some reason, this is telling me I keep dumping. All right, okay. I guess I'm not dumping. Can people see me on the other streams as well? Or on YouTube and Facebook, that's the one. Hello, hello, hello. All right. I don't know. People are not seeming very, Gabrielle Ritter. A Ritter. Hello, Ritter. All right. I'm assuming that other streams can see me. Let's just double check. I had some problems coming on, so I just want to make sure that, see, look at this. This keeps crashing. Okay, I don't even know. Hello from Israel, and that's one from Facebook. Okay, so I'm assuming that I'm going out to all the right channels and that you're there. Maybe I look a little bit smaller. I haven't been eating much. No. Oh, yeah, I couldn't get... The Logic capture was freezing. You don't even want to know. Me and my inability to deal with social media and get it to work. So, if there's anyone on YouTube, shout out and tell me if you can see me on YouTube, just to make sure. Okay, so today we're going to start from scratch, and I think that we'll do more Q&A today. So if anyone has any questions about anything as far as that stuff, ZBrush things, about models or anything of the such, please feel free to ask. And let me see if I can find something to work on here. Anything fun and interesting we can work on? I know I'm supposed to work on something. It's just not coming to me at the moment, so I'll forget it. We'll just make something. I don't even know why I'm doing this. I don't even know. I don't know. So hello, kind and gentle folk. How are we doing today? I'm just going to make something up and start fuddling around. But if anyone has any questions, I still don't have a shout out from YouTube. So I'm trying to figure out if we are actually visible on YouTube. If there's anyone out there on YouTube, please tell me. Because I was having some issues coming in. So I just want to make sure that I'm actually streaming where I'm supposed to be streaming. All right. So Sarah, what should we make today? It gets me nervous when no one's chatting and I'm asking. Okay, good. All right. I get all paranoid. Yep. Pick something. Sarah gets to pick what we're working on today because I have no idea. I was prepping for the, I have a Form Labs webinar tomorrow. And so I've been trying to organize everything and replace models for the stream tomorrow. So I wasn't very prepared. And tonight I can't go all night because, because I have to get up in the morning. We stream, I think it's 9 o'clock my time, Pacific time. So if you all want to watch the stream tomorrow, when we're talking about printing and stuff, please join us tomorrow on Form Labs. All right, Sarah, pick it up. You're going to have to make a decision here soon. It's 12. Is it 12? Yeah, you're probably right. I don't know. Is it? I don't know. Let's see. I get so confused. Look, see, this is doing its thing. Who the hell knows what's going on? 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, so that's 9 o'clock my time because I'm Pacific. I'm specific. We don't have to do a ring. What kind of ring do you want? I think it's in the afternoon. I can't remember. What time? Hold on. What time does, hold on. See, are you all seeing this or is this just me? How am I am a Pablo ad to myself. That is so weird. Okay, I can't even look at this. You guys are telling me that you can see it. I love they don't even know how to spell my name. It's 12 p.m. Eastern. So hello, kind and gentle folk. I see more people coming in. Just remember, if anyone has any questions, I'm more than willing to stop and discuss things with you. Don't really have an agenda today, so we're just going to futz around and I will answer questions. Remember that next week is critique week, so anybody who wants to upload models, you can upload models now and for next week. But yeah, I'm all paranoid because that's not. Now I've lost faith in OBS or Twitch or whatever it is. As long as I'm still there. Can I have an array follow a path in ZBrush? Not how you think you can do it. There's a jimmy jaggy way of doing it, and I can't remember how to do it. So you're saying like, are you talking about a radial array, or are you saying you want like an insert mesh brush following a path? What kind of array are you talking about? I mean, have you played with array? Excuse me. Have you played with arrays at all in ZBrush? Um, do I have a really long lag again today? It's always frustrating when I get this bizarro lag. In array mesh. Okay, so you know how to make an array. So what kind of... Yeah, you know what? I remember that it was kind of shaky when we did it, and I haven't really used it, so that's not something that I have used. So I'm not quite sure. Sorry about that. Wish I could be more helpful. But I'm not quite sure on that one. Is there a line path in here? Aligned axis. Well, hold on. So let's look at it and see if we can get it to. But I don't. I can only assume that the path would be off of a curve, right? I mean, is that what we're thinking? So let's see if we can figure it out. Boop. Curve. I'm not sure where you would get the path. You wanted to make a lion ring for class critique? Well, you have a whole week. You can get one done by next week, and we will gladly critique it, right? I don't want to hear any laziness out of you. You get that critique on. Or just change my background color. That's annoying. Well, don't be lazy. I'll call you out on it next week. Yeah, in the master class, I think that's what we were looking for when I got distracted by the fact that it's not working for me. No, that's not what we're looking for. Come on. At 3 a.m. Oh, for God's sakes. I don't know. I have no answers. Nothing's going right. And look, I've lost all our viewers already. I'm really good at losing viewers like that. All right. So how are we doing today, kind and gentle folk? Good luck. Is it an interview for work? What kind of work? Oh, is it with that designer you were telling me about? That would be really good. Really, really, really good. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. I will gladly stop what we're doing. If I can help you, I will gladly do so. If it has to do with video games and films, I'm probably not the person to ask. I'm really a manufacturer, but hey, Rethian, how's it going? Awesome. Good on you. How's the UK treating you, my friend? Hey, any work's good work. I mean, you can work in crappy places, but often those crappy places can give you opportunities. And, you know, at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, just be able to make work, you know. Because the more work you make, the more you can show, and in turn, the more you can make. Unless you're independently wealthy, then sit down and make some damn work. But otherwise, you got to figure out how to pay those bills. Pay those bills. Oh, that's funny. We had the dog was chasing rabbits the other day. We're on like 10 acres, and there are a lot of rabbits. And gosh, allergies. One of these days I actually have to go to a doctor and actually deal with my allergies, because it's just ridiculous. But watching this goofy dog try to chase these rabbits, and then there's this little itty bitty cat, and it's a wild cat, and it was chasing the rabbits this morning, and it was like, oh my god, if that cat ever got close to those rabbits would just beat the snot out of that cat, sadly. Rabbits are brutal. Hello, hello, hello. I see people are joining us. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. I will gladly stop what I'm doing to deal with your issues and problems and the such. Or just, I'll show you whatever. If I know anything about it, I'd be happy to show you. This doesn't entertain me. Maybe I think I have an orc model we could work on. I know, right? It's sad when you have to steal animals from your cat. You're like, I'm going to get you. Right? Yay, orcs. I know. Did you see my art? Hold on. I think it's right here. Is it in this one? I think I have them in here somewhere. I've been trying to organize my models, so in turn, nothing's organized. It's been a little chaotic, sadly. All right. Not seeing it there. I could have sworn I saw it earlier today. Is this the same group of quick saves? No. Why is it just always chaos? I think I have things figured out, and then inevitably it's just chaos. It's like I can't find anything. There's more than one drive hooked on here. All right, that's Lacey. Well, here, let's do it this way. Do I have it labeled? It doesn't look that way, does it? Thinking maybe that'll be more entertaining. Is the other drive disconnected? What happened? Maybe we'll work on it. Here. We'll work on a knife. How's that sound? I don't know. I'm having a hard time. God. It's like they're texting me every, 8 seconds. Okay, screw it. There we go. You know what, if Fetty, I don't know. I was going to work on my orc, but I can't find it. I thought it was in these drives. So we're going to work on a knife. How's that sound? We're going to work on this lovely, this is something I need to do anyway, so we'll work on it. Oh my God, I'm struggling. Sorry, guys. I got up really early this morning, and trying to wrap my head around the world is rather difficult at the moment. That's why I was kind of hoping that people were going to ask questions. I know it usually takes a little while. It's here. I saw it earlier. I don't know where it could have gone. Let's see if it was in Dropbox. No, we want to go home. No, stop that. Nope, it's not. I know I saw it earlier today. I have no idea where it went. I'm really good at losing things right before I need them. It's just like... I don't even know. But a knife will be okay. That's not what I want. Yeah, we need, we can't have that. All right. Okay. Oh, nice. Yeah, someone asked me to do some miniatures again, and I'm like, okay. It's been a long time since I worked on miniatures. It's always fun. It's good stuff. How was... I'm assuming that's sliders to subtool. Okay, close enough for now. How's the Space Marine going? Are you going to show it during crits next week? Is it going to be ready? God, I'm really just completely underwhelmed today. I was really wrapping my head around these presentations, trying to get everything organized, and I'm not really the most organized person in the world. So this has been trying, and then trying to oh my God, are you kidding me? Just, it's enough. Stop, dude. I mean, that's a whole lot of texting going on right there. There we go. That's the best time to show something, when it's absolutely not ready. Am I not coming across? Is the connection bad? I've been having, today the whole connection's been weird, so tell me if you all can't hear me or something's wrong. If anyone has any questions or ZBrushy sort of things, I'm here to answer those sort of things. Everyone in the co-op's being very jolly today, so. Sometimes I have to wander. You know, it's like you get all distracted and it's just like, oh man. How is it? Oh, it's only 2 million. I thought I had that divided more. I don't understand how I don't have clean geometry at 2 million polys. That still seems really tessellate-y for what is going on here. I don't know. See how tessellated that is? And this is 10 million polys? That's kind of weird. I think that we have a lot of geometry in here or something that's acting funny. That's not center either. Maybe it is. So, has anyone had any fun or done anything cool this week? For me, it's just been trying to get stuff ready for these presentations I'm doing, so I've been kind of myopic. It's funny how you do these webinars, like with Formlabs and with Pixologic, and I do a lot of streaming, but you're still, like when you're trying to give a presentation, you want to make sure that you're not rambling on, that you stay on focus, and kind of trying to wrap your head around it is always funny for me, because I'm a perfectionist, and then I'm just like, oh, I gotta just stop being a ding dong and just deal with it and do it. But nothing's ever easy for me. Nothing's ever easy for me in my mind. I'm always stressing about stuff when it comes to that, because you want, you're trying to get stuff out there, and you want it to be clear, and you want to be good, and it's always just like, ugh. It's probably a lot safer, isn't it? I mean, but at least New York kind of smashed it. I mean, the numbers are staying pretty stable in New York, aren't they? It's blowing up everywhere else where, oh, let's reopen, let's go to the beach, and let's go to the bar. I love the group that it was like 16 friends went to the bar and all of them got COVID. Just like, ooh, man. It just doesn't go away. I don't know. Call me silly. I wear a mask. I have no interest in being ill. That's it. I'm sensitive. I think that might be, I don't even know how to say that in public without it being bad. Actually, yesterday was warm, but today was kind of the first warm day in a long time. It's supposed to get warm this week. It'll be nice. The Pacific Northwest is really wonderful in the summer because it doesn't get raging hot. That's one thing I do not miss about LA is the temperature. It's just so brutal. But now, if it gets to be, seriously, if it gets to be like 80 or 90, they're like, oh, old people are going to die in their homes here. So it's nice. It never gets really hot. Year before last, I think we had a week in the 90s, which is really rare. But wasn't Siberia like 100 degrees in Siberia the other day? So who knows? Maybe it's going to be really hot. It's a funny touch. It's like I don't particularly care for super hot weather. Like when we were in Thailand and stuff, it was, it gets really muggy there. But when you're sitting by the beach and just drinking, it's okay. Because you could just kind of waddle over and get into the water, and that's okay. But living in it's brutal. We lived in Texas for a little while, and holy Hannah, it was hot there. I just remember my mom's like, "Go out and play." I'm like, "No, I'm gonna die." Because when I was a kid, I was a towhead, right? I'd just go completely white in the winter. It was like people thought I was an albino. And it's rough because for the first month or so, I wouldn't suntan. I would just burn. But then after a month or so, I'd get really suntan. But, oh, you had to deal with the burning. It was brutal. Yes, that's the important part of dealing with heat. Being able to sit under the shade where there's a breeze coming off the ocean. And then when it gets too hot, you just waddle down and get into the water. And the other big key, though, is huge wide brim hats. That's a very important part. Yeah, I have no interest in like melanoma. That doesn't sound very entertaining to me. So I'm always of like the worst sun weenie in the world. He's like, "Oh, I lived in Southern California for 15 years, 16 years, longer than that actually." And everyone's like, "Oh, let's go to the beach." And I had these beautiful linen shirts. They were long sleeve, but they were nothing. But the fabric UV blocked. And then I'd always wear this big hat. I mean, it was ridiculous. I'm not a sun maven by any means. I like the beach and stuff, but I'd far rather sit in the shade than get all suntanny and stuff. It's funny, I have friends who, like 10 years younger than me, who look like leather bags because they smoke and they sit out in the sun a lot. And I think that, I turned 50 last year. I turned 51 this year. I think I'm doing okay for 51. But holy Hannah, some of my friends look rough. I just laugh at them like, "Wow, you're looking great today." They're like, "Tomas." I'm like, "Yeah, no, you're doing good." Right, exactly. I'm not a big like I said, I don't mind it. It's just, I want protection because I have no desire, and I mean literally no desire to get all baked out and burnt. And a girlfriend of ours, she died of melanoma at 28 because she was born in Southern California. All she did was go to the beach. She was a surfer and a painter, and at that time, I mean, the water was horrible. I don't know if it's any better now, but like there was surfer syndrome where they get these boils and stuff. You're just like, "Oh man, don't surf." Oh my God, what? Hold on. Is this who I think it is? Oh. Oh my gosh. Hey, Mikey's, how's it going? Oh, wrong one. Any medals as like award medals and stuff? Yeah, actually, I've done a few award medals. I've done a couple badges. I did some badges for certain divisions of the U.S. government. Yeah, I did a couple award medals. They're fun. The problem with a lot of the companies that do medals and such, they're very, very, very persnickety. And sometimes they can be nightmare clients. Oh, man, that's what I was supposed to do today. I guess we'll do it tomorrow. After my stream. Right on. What'd you do to yourself that you need pain meds? Oh, you mean like the little, what are they called? The honor, like the little honor scrolls on the honor badges and all that? Oh, yeah. I did a ton of those. I did a series of orcs that they were all scrapped out in Space Marine armor, but they're bigger than the Space Marines, so they had like 3 different broken pieces of armor, and then they had like little fake awards. Those were really fun. Right on. Yeah, definitely get in. Just make sure. I think you have to register. That's the only thing, because they want everyone. They want your info, but Formlabs doesn't blast you with stuff. They're okay. Oh my god! I swear to God, it's like people don't text me for. Oh, well, good. Yeah, I know my mom's still waiting for a procedure. She had the one done, and then COVID hit, and then she's been trying to get the second one done, but because of the wait, something got infected, or she was dehydrated, or they never really tell me the truth. I was talking to my aunt the other day, and she was telling me what was going on with my mom, and I'm like, wait a minute, I just talked to my mom, and she didn't say anything good about that. I'm like, oh, sneaky, lying to me. Oh no, things are great. Her left arm falls off or something. It's like, oh yeah, no, nothing's going on here. It's like, Oh, that's okay. Luckily, you're not in one of the states that it's getting hit again. Or I guess they're getting hit the first time. What is it, Arkansas and Ohio and I don't know. It's funny, we had the same amount of infections for the whole time, and then they reopened and we've already jumped 10 cases. It's like, oh wow. I do have an ArtStation page. It says T.S. Wittelsbach. If you basically anything like my Facebooks and Instagram and all that is T.S. Wittelsbach, right? /T.S. Wittelsbach. I need to populate it a little more. I've been trying to get all this stuff done, so my social media has taken a hit, sadly. It is tomorrow at noon Eastern Standard and then 9 my time. And you have the link, right? Yeah, there you go. Hey, there you go. Look at that. Woohoo. And Mikey's back at it. Yay, team. But yeah, the Formlab stream is tomorrow morning for me. You know what? Let's just talking about pills. I forgot to take mine. I'm glad you brought that up, Mikey, because I would have forgot. Is that? Yeah, that's the Formlabs one. Seems to be a quiet day out there. That's the Formlabs link right above yours. It's their address. I can't remember. I think it's actually, it might be Zoom. I can't remember what it is. We tried it out today. We did a test video today, and yeah, I mean, it went okay. I had to change some slides, some of my slides. I don't know if I dumped slides somewhere in the saves. They were kind of clunky, so I redid some of the slides. That's okay. Hey, King. Actually, I've been doing okay. I've been a little distracted today trying to get these presentations sorted out. The Formlabs one, and then I've been collecting assets and stuff for the master stream next week on Pixo. So I didn't come in prepared to have anything ready today. I kind of blew it. So we're working on a knife until someone has a question, and then I'll work on your question. But at this moment, a knife it is. Anybody have any questions about anything? Like I said, I'm always happy to answer your questions. I think I'm only going to do my 3 hours tonight because I have to wake up and do the stream in the morning. We'll see. It's funny, I had to get up this morning and have a meeting. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go to bed early, and then I'll get some extra sleep. So went to bed early, got up at 6:30. I was just like, sometimes just staying up does me no good at all. It's like, okay. So this one, if I'm not mistaken, this is just, I just did a general block out, the silhouette blocked out, and then I just pinched the edges together. Does that make sense? That's literally my block out. I just did a double line there so I could pull that in. Yeah. Uh-oh. Where'd everything go? Okay, there it is. Raythan, does that kind of explain what I did? Hold on, we need that. I want to see that. So I can move this. Boop, boop. Yeah, no, I find that it's funny. I was watching. Oh, Jesus. I'm so bad. I can't remember anyone's name. He just did his. He did his master series or his master class or ZBrush Masters presentation last week, and he does a sword, and it's funny. It's just so funny how we all use the program so differently because he makes shapes and then uses curve to knock all these edges off and stuff. And I always find it just so amazing at how, we all make similar things sometimes and we just approach them very, very differently. I really am like the backwards black sheep ding dong of the ZBrush community, I think. I just, I don't know. I think starting at a high resolution and sculpting there just makes sense to me. Oh yeah, it's not an artifact. What it is if you'll notice, hold on. Come on. What it is that this little point is crossing over see how there's that little point right there? And I just haven't fixed it. Because this overlaps here, and when I did it, I was just being fast. I mean, I can go in here and fix this, but all it is when I drug this out, it's now crossing its own surface. So sometimes when you roll it, it looks like the normals are off. Come on. And because I have this little curve in here, you can see I have this weird double edge right here. You see what I'm saying? And that's just because I was being sloppy when here you can see there what's happening, right? That's folding over that. All I have to do is come in here, Z modeler, move infinite XYZ, boop, get it in line. And if I just drag it back over here, oh, why is that? You see what I mean? That's it's not a triangle, it's a quad, right? And so because I had that crossing over that, when I pulled it down, it created, I have symmetry on, and this is not the right symmetry plane. Or is it? Oh. And right, so you can see how this is creating a weird plane, and that's just because I have that double edged, and then when I curved it, goodness gracious, come on, you stop. And if I just bring these down so I'm going to divide this, so I would right, second you divide it, it just creates that sharp edge. But I was just being sloppy, right? I was just being fast. So you can see now when I do that, it's not, right? It's just a facet thing because I've turned this quad. The second you drag this point inside the mesh, you see what I mean? You lose the visible. And that normal is still there. It's just it displays oddly when it breaks the quad. And because I needed this here, I have these two lines sitting right on top of each other. And it was just me being sloppy when I'm modeling. Yeah, Nelson. Good God. But it's just fascinating how all of us use the program differently. I find it quite inspiring. I think it's really cool that they're doing this sort of master series where people can see how, people are using the program specifically. It's funny though, because most of the people are character people. That's why I don't think I think sometimes my streams are hard to watch if you're not used to my streaming, because, you know, you look at this and this just isn't as visually compelling as, you know, some of the monsters and creatures and cool stuff. So I find it sometimes tough to keep people entertained. Okay, I promise I'll find. I did a couple dragons for a friend. I'll dig up my dragon models and we'll do a miniature day. Next week's crits, but next month I'll do a miniature day, and I'll look at my orcs, and we can look at my dragons. Oh no, it's awesome. I learn stuff every time I see them, because I'm just like, oh, I would never do it that way. But it is funny because when I see, like, you know, some of the problems that they run into, where they're like, oh, well, this is blah, 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 so we have to do X. And I'm like, well, if you had all your subdivisions, all you'd have to do is lower it and smooth it and go up, as opposed to, I don't understand. I don't understand working just in Dynamesh. It doesn't, for what I do, it would make me nuts. I couldn't do it. I feel like I have to have more control over my mesh than that. But yeah, it's fascinating. There's nothing cooler. There was a jewelry show called the Smart Show, and we had sort of a live sculpt off competition, and they gave us the same resource image. They were like, oh, I really like this. And it was like a water, or a lemon dropping in water. You know, it's underwater and you see the swirl come up out of the water. And it was so fascinating watching how, because I was the only one using ZBrush, so it was sort of a setup. There's no way they could have beat me in that one. I mean, you know, I'm an organic modeler. They were trying to use CAD. But it was really amazing how the four of us, everyone had very different ideas about how to accomplish a similar design thing. And I think that would be, it's just a very cool thing to watch people's minds work. You know what I mean? I like it quite a bit. And I think it's valuable to see people, you know, taking the same reference, or taking the same, you know, like in jewelry, taking the same client. And we really wanted to do it where we all get to interview the client for a little bit and talk to them, and then see where everyone comes up, where they have their own interview with the client and kind of push and see what they hear the client say. I think that would be very interesting, because dealing with clients is always, it's tricky, because there are some people who are very good at listening to what clients say, and there are people who put what they do on top of what the clients say, you know. And I just always find it interesting to see what different people come up with when they're dealing with a client in the same project, you know. I think it's a really interesting learning experience. I know. Well, Pablo's on right before me, and that's why I've got to talk to Kyle about that. I always forget, because, you know, I say that right now, and, well, to be deadly honest, it's not super important to me that, you know, that the label's wrong. But it is sad when I have people who are looking for me and they're like, well, Tomas, you weren't on. I'm like, well, yeah, I was. They were like, no, Pablo was on. I'm like, no, that's just that. Nope. So but you know. I'm not allowed to say. I did a bunch of work for Rao Partha and some other gaming companies. Is this not center? Let's undo that real quick, because those are not the same amount. Center. Turn symmetry off. Center. No, that was something I did, obviously. Yeah, it's always fascinating to see how people deal with clients. Um, I've been doing this for a long time, and I feel very blessed because I don't really have that issue most of the time, because most of the time people are coming to me for my work, right? For my style and for what I do. And so I don't run into, no. This is one of the problems. Okay, stop this. We do not want local symmetry right now. So in that sense, I'm pretty lucky. I'm not usually doing things that are, what the client is kind of thinking of. Give me an idea, and then I'll interpolate it. But I don't like really. I find that, it comes down to this, if I go to a lawyer, I don't tell the lawyer what I want, in the sense of how to do their job. And if I go to a mechanic, I don't tell them how to do their job. And I find that a lot of people who come to designers, basically they just want you to be like the technical hand for them to do what they want to do. I'm not real into that, because most of the time, let's face it, if you were a competent designer, you'd be designing, and you get people who think they're competent designers because you're going to be their hands, and yeah, that's tough. And so for my master class next week, or my master streamer, ZBrush, I don't know what to call it. I'm going to take you guys through the line that I'm working on right now. And it's an interesting collaboration, because this is one of the cases where he has a fashion line that is pretty successful. And so it is truly a collaboration. A lot of them are sort of, his themes to begin with. And we changed themes like a few times. And it's fascinating to see how the line has changed, because it's not just him changing his mind about stuff. It's that he finds different materials that are exciting for him, and like he couldn't get that material and he got this material, and he saw this and that was exciting. So the designs for the fashion very much come with what he can get made, what's available as far as materials and such. All of a sudden purple velvet is like super hot this season. So now do you realign your work to be in tune with trend, or do you try to create the trend? And so the jewelry lines changed pretty dramatically, and it's fascinating. Why, thank you. Well, Games Workshop, at least, when I was starting to do my stuff, Games Workshop was a very tight group of people. And so, they, now I mean, now Games Workshop's a machine. You know, they have very, very specific design guidelines and stuff like that. Back then, it was a little looser, but it was a little bit clickier because it was a good group of friends that started the group and stuff. So, yeah, no, I think that, I mean, you want to talk about, you know, someone changing the paradigm of a business. You know, you got to remember when at Ralpartha, everything was 28 millimeters and pretty much realistic proportions, right? It wasn't, even the hero stuff wasn't like overblown, right? And Games Workshop really took it to that, I think it's like 32 millimeter, but everything was sort of stunted, heroic proportions. So the hands, feet, and heads were very big, you know, in proportion to the models. But it made them read very well. You know, they became the characters were very driven because you had more space to work with on the character that, like Ralpartha at 28 millimeters, you know, a head's like that big, where Citadel, you know, the head's that big. And that extra 1.5 mils, 2 mils is a big deal. Yeah. You know, but they've really, I mean, most miniatures now are 32 mil sort of heroic scale. You don't really see a whole lot of, you know, accurate 8 head tall, gosh, I'm having a hard time talking today. 8 head heights tall figurines anymore. I mean, some of the higher end, like there's I don't know what the series is called, but there's some very high end miniatures that come out of Citadel, like Black Box or something like that. Those tend to be actually a little bit more accurate as far as anatomy scale goes, but some of those miniatures are absolutely beautiful. They have some really wonderful miniature sculptors. Forge World. Thanks. Well, thank you, Saeed. Very kind of you. Yeah, it's been, and now with, well, the Form 2 printer really allowed people to get, you know, high res models, you know, for an affordable printer. And man, seeing what some of these young guys have done with their own printing companies and stuff, or their own miniature companies. I mean, that one company, they did like $2.5 million in Kickstarters. I'm like, good God. I went down the wrong path if I had only known. Yeah, at some point I got to figure out how to make something that's mass marketable. We have some ideas. But my friend Dave Krentz, he makes dinosaur stuff, and his dinosaur stuff is very accurate. He's very fastidious about his models. And when he started doing Kickstarters, and he's killing it. And he did a big T-Rex, and it's just really awesome. But he did a Kickstarter and just hammered it. He did it was like, hell yeah. Right? We're working on it. No, we're getting there. Actually, it's funny. The more I learned quite a bit about, like I never understood the difference in the YouTube audience and the Twitch audience. And, you know, now that I understand that YouTube really wants just sort of my random, it's more personality stuff they want. It's kind of cool because my friend Tony and I, we can generate content, or, you know, the last thing in the world we have any issues with is generating content. And if it's the personality stuff, what's cool is it's not the same content as, oh my God, I'm really having a bad talking day. It's not the same content as Twitch, and it's not the same content as the education stuff, but it's sort of fun, small videos that are personality driven. And that's quite exciting. It actually makes me quite optimistic about doing some YouTube stuff. Because like when we go to trade shows and stuff, we could probably produce 50 to 100 videos out of just going around and talking to all the people we know. And yeah, I'm pretty excited about it all. Just have to get it done. And yeah, it's looking quite positive. Yeah. That might be it. I think it's just, I got up really early this morning, and I think I've been befuddled all day. I never quite woke up. There's no reason in the world for me to wake up at 6:30, ever. When I left Hollywood, I swore I wouldn't wake up in the mornings. I'm like, I had to be on set at like 5:30, and I'm just like, no one's paying me enough to get up that early anymore. Technically it is, because I couldn't get, so normally I use this Logitech interface, and it puts it at a wider angle lens, and for some reason it and OBS were not being very friendly to one another as I was trying to log on, and sadly it was getting to the point where I needed to log on, so I was like, all right, you know what, isn't that weird that it's that dramatic an aspect ratio from just the webcam to the here, let's see if we video capture device properties, see Logic Capture. Yeah, hold on, let me see if I can turn this on. Let's see if it'll work. Okay, so now did that show up as the capture? Is that better? Are we back to a wide? Yeah, it, of course, whoa, wrong brush for that. When you're trying to launch your stream on time, I'm like, oh, gotta go. And I just love it. Nothing ever works when you need it to. But we got it working. We're now back to widescreen, right? So remember, if anybody wants to, anybody has any questions or anything, feel free to ask. I'm always willing to stop what I'm doing to answer some questions. And remember, next week is Crit Week, so get your models all ready. And so turn symmetry off, hide that, come here, trim front. Turn symmetry back on. Planar. Boop, 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 boop. Let's do this. Plane or flatten. Ooh, we can't have that. All right, there we go. No, this is just, this is part of a little everyday carry tanto. I'm just making some shapes. I'm just futzing around. Futzing. So there's no specific, but see, you know what? Let's do this. That's cute, but this isn't. Let's try to. Match some of this just a little better. I don't want that hole to move necessarily, so. And actually, let's do this. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Let's get something that matches sort of the curve of this a little better. Forget everything being all symmetrical. A kniff. Oops, what's going on there? How did that become all wide? That's supposed to be more. Make sure you straighten that out before you do things like that. There we go. That's still a little. Maybe there. Work with our proportions a little more. That'll change. There. I know, right? Well, we may be running another class, so at some point they were telling me that they wanted to do that, so maybe you can work as the functional moderator class. No, I like class. It's just the double class was a little rough. The double class was a little rough. I'm just not that mentally organized to be able to stay on top of. You know, if they were, the double class would be fine if they were the same class, but being 1 week off, that was trying. That was tough. How did I move the gizmo to act as a pivot for the scaling? I'm trying to think of what I did. Let's see. Oh, when I was doing the handle, I just grabbed this, the little arrow here, and just here, let's undo it. Whoa. What? What's going on? There we go. Wow, why is that being so jerky? Yeah, that's fine. So you just have to make sure it's aligned with everything. Is symmetry on? No. And just drag it. I brought it down here. Go to center. Make sure it's in the center. Drop it back down. Right? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, if you're trying to move it, the Alt button is the padlock, and that releases it from its, right, if it's on, you move it around. But if you hold down Alt, you can see the little padlock opens, and then you can move it around wherever you want. Righto. Actually, you know what? It's probably just easier to go back here. And this is what I'm talking about. Never be afraid to throw away stuff that's garbage. So we have 800 gestures here, right? I'm just going to bring it back to here before I did all this crap. There's no point in stretching it when I can go back and stretch it from its sort of place of orientation. Come on, you. I always like waiting for it to think. Well, what's funny is running OBS as administrator puts OBS as the priority in RAM. So it's not going to allow me to infringe on the RAM to stream. So some of these actions take longer. Hello, Mr. Stovall. How's it going? Come on, you. All you're doing is undoing. There we go. Yeah, I designed my new supercomputer. Sadly, it's going to come out to about $65,000. What's funny is that you can get the machine, really, you know, you can get in there for that 25 grand, 30 grand, but it's the video card and big SSD drives. That's what, whoa. Okay, we can start from there. What has happened? Look, this says there are 4 tools there, and there are only 3 here. Here, I got a great idea. Watch this. Boop. Let's just start over. There we go. So now we can come here. Sometimes you just need to start over. Well, you know, I can see needing like a $1,300 video card as opposed to a $10,000 video card. The Quadro cards are so expensive. I've been told they, you know, they're what you need, but holy Hannah. I mean, like, really, like $9,580 for a video card that's steep. Yeah, and I think that at this point, still, you know, just getting 1 or 2 4 terabyte internal drives and then just getting a big array. But if you want SSD drives, they're still just absolutely crazy expensive. Yeah, it's madness. I don't know. It kind of freaks me out how expensive certain things are. I'm just like, oh, here, let's make that multiple so it's even. Multiple edge loops. Boop. Boop. That's why. Do you all see why we were having problems with the last model as far as being tessellating here? It's because there were no divisions here. And this is why you want to keep your geometry kind of even. I don't know if you remember, I was having an issue with this area in here tessellating, like I didn't have enough geometry. And that's because I didn't have enough geometry. And now everybody's roughly the same size. So when I start to divide this, we'll wind up with much cleaner geo. Actually, the terabyte of RAM was only like, I think it was like $1,100, $1,200. It might have been like $2,300 now that I think about it. Yeah, but if I didn't get, you know, if I just got a middle of the road Quadro video card and then maybe 1 or 2 4 terabyte internal drives, it was in that 26,000 range, I think. And that's a dual 22 core. You know, it was, you know, sort of the modern version of what I have at home. But I need to sell a lot of seats to my education platform before I can buy a new machine. I'll tell you what, it's no joke. Computers are pricey. I feel kind of lucky that my machine at home, I think I got it for about $12,000. But, you know, that thing's 6 years old and it's still, you know, one of the 800-pound gorillas in the neighborhood. I mean, it's still a jamming machine. This only has one processor. Well, well, at Puget Systems, they make a computer that's sort of designed for weather prediction and stuff like that. And that's a quad 22 core machine. I'd really like that. A quad 22 core machine with a terabyte of drive or a terabyte of RAM. But that hops you up into that $80,000, and that's just your chipset and RAM. It's not a cheap option. Oh yeah, no, I mean, and it's 6 years old. I mean, Origin PC makes beautiful machines. They really do, and it's nice because, like, they're responsible machine builders, or at least for me, they've been. They since the multi-chip, and okay, this is me talking. This is how I understand it. I can't see prompt my way out of a paper bag, so what I'm telling you could be erroneous or not. But from what I understand, the multi-chip motherboards are really for servers, right? It's a bigger board. They were really designed for servers. And so the EDC or ECC RAM works better with it than some of the gaming RAM or something like that. But basically, you just go through and you pick what you want your machine to be, right? And they actually contacted me, and they run the machine before they send it out, and they do a bunch of benchmarks, and they told me that the ECC RAM ran more efficiently with my motherboard, and they were like, you should consider getting that RAM as opposed to the Super Black Max, the Yaberdibby RAM, that was for the gaming stuff. And it wound up, they showed me the benchmarks and stuff. It was awesome. So I wound up getting a lot more bang for my buck. And I mean, who tells you to buy the cheaper stuff? No one does that. So I'm quite fond of them and their machines. I think that they're a pretty cool company. And it's funny, there's this whole thing on Instagram where everyone's like, give us I don't know how it started, but like everyone just requests for them to give them a machine. It's very bizarre. I'm just like, what is wrong with you people? Oh, I know. Yeah, I don't. I mean, sadly, I wish I wanted to do that. I mean, I could see doing a line or two, or doing something with them, but I don't know. I find that teaching's pretty edifying. I like it, and if I get the system kind of running that I want to get going, we'll make plenty of money. I think that. I don't feel like I need to be rich. I've played that game, and I mean, it's interesting, but yeah, no, I think that trying to get the education platform set up where we're also doing manufacturing for the students, so there's an affordable option to manufacturing in America. I think that we do very well. It's just funding and getting things set up. And I mean, I'm a sculptor. I have ideas and I think they'll work. They seem to make sense to me. But, trying to get that business person, whoever that business person involved, is always a trick. Because I don't know any business people. See, why does that have so many? Hold on, let's What are we doing? We're changing this. That's what we're, no. We're changing. Come on, why are you? Insert, Alt. I don't need all those lines in there. I don't know why they're there. Oh, it was probably for that. Whatever, we'll just use a cutter. All right, close enough. So now we have those creased. We have that. Let's crease that. No crease. Come on, crease. That's good. And then we want to crease this little groover right here. All right, so now divide. Okay, now that should be a much more evenly divided. Wow, what happened there? Well, that's bizarre. Let's go back down. Let's mirror and weld. Divide. Mirror and weld. Divide. Why are we still getting those holes? Oh, because I'm doing the wrong axis, that's why. What axis? Z? Stop it. Stop it. Mirror and weld. Okay. Nope. Z, boom, mirror, mirror and weld, divide. Scheiße. Mirror, mirror and weld, divide. Okay. All right. So see, this side's good. Undo. Oh, hold on. Let's make sure which side we're doing. Delete lower, mirror and weld. Okay. So we need to mirror, mirror and weld. Okay. So now let's undo that. We need to undo, mirror, mirror and weld, divide. There we go. Right. Yeah, we'll get there. Not too stressed about it. I mean, it's just, you know, that's a tricky thing. The whole how to get, an identifiable personality within. Okay, now hold on. Let's do this again. We have an issue here. Where is ZBrush scale unify? Because this wound up being, that was monstrously huge, and I don't need anything being. Is that funny though? It did the same thing there. Interesting. For some reason, this one there's a hole there. You're so frustrating. Arr. Making me crazy. Not filling me with joy. Lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res. Lower res, lower res, lower res. You know what we're gonna do? Is this as low res as we got? Do we still have holes? We fixed the holes there, but we have these two holes. This is easy fix. Go to ZModeler. Roll over our points. Stitch. Stitch to end point. So we go boop. Nope. Delete. Higher. There we go. Now let's divide. Uncrease all. Sometimes it's just exhausting. Come on. All right. We'll just Boolean that. We won't worry about that right now. We've uncreased everything. All right. Giving myself a headache. It's crazy. I like making miniatures. Miniatures are fun. But I'll tell you, it's so much easier now that you can just print them. When you had to hand sculpt them in the Duro epoxy putty, the blue-yellow epoxy putty had turned green. You had to sculpt each little part and do it on stages, and you kind of do a little muscle build up, and then you do another little layer because the stuff cured so fast. That was always a joy. I'll say I don't miss that. I drink about 3 gallons of water a day. I drink a lot of water. Today I haven't. But no, I'm a big water drinker. I just didn't bring my man baby bottle today because I got up. So it really is just don't get up at 6:30 is really the issue, because my brain, I get weird and dopey all day. It's just like, whoa. I don't like being up in the morning. I like working at night, and I mean, you can see I can't even form sentences right now. I'm just like, it's ridiculous. Yeah, but I don't want to get fat and have diabetes and like not function. I'm not like a functioning alcoholic, sadly. A friend of mine, he, I don't understand. I mean, he drinks a lot. And it's like he's never drunk. He's never dopey. He's really productive. It's just like the people who can work on pot. I just don't understand that. I can't. I just can't do it. I sit around and drool on myself. I'm the worst pot smoker in the world. Flip. Boop. Nope, wrong one. No, don't flip. Good. Flip. You can do it. Come on. Sadly, I'm not a functioning alcoholic. It's funny, I almost never, like at a party, I'll have a beer, and like I really like good whiskey, good bourbon. I like good liquor, but like I never drink alone. I live basically alone, so wow. Why are you taking that long to flip normals on something? Okay, I was like, come on, you. Whoa. Need to go to here. I live with my friend's mother. I've been house sitting, so she's not alone in the house over the winter, and she's a hoot. Love her to pieces. She's awesome, but she's not a drinker. And my friend Mike and them come home, and people buy beer and stuff, like when we're having gatherings and such, and they leave, and it could be 2 months later and the beer's still in the fridge. I don't really, not a big drinker. Like when I lived in Seattle, we'd go out, and I really love big dark beers. And so when we went out, there's some fantastic beer joints in in Seattle. And when I was living there, working at Green Lake, we drank a lot. It was like, yeah, there's some drinking. I mean, when I say we drank a lot, I mean, it wasn't like, a lot really, but sure, it's a lot more than I drink now. Just projectile. I just love my meds don't let me eat. Whoa. Bad move. All right, I guess I won't do that. Holy Hannah. There we go. Oh. Oh, don't do that. Holy Hannah. It's stretching down my whole side is like seizing. I think you're right. I haven't drank water today or something. Holy cow, that was brutal. I know I'm like super compelling stream today, aren't I? I can't form sentences, and my body's falling apart. Ow, that hurt. Oh my God, that's ridiculous. Are we going to crash now? Come on. There we go. Really? It's early. I'm already tired. What the hey? Oh, thanks. Wow. Are you saying I'm usually this lack no I can't even form sentences. Okay. Are you saying I'm always this not productive? See, I can't. Wow. Okay, that's just sad. Kyle, everyone at ZBrush, sorry. Just sorry. It's going to be one of those days, obviously. I just have to apologize to everyone right now. I'm a mess. Well, like I said, I like good brown liquors. You know, I like bourbons, scotch, you know. But I'm actually really quite a horrible liquor snob, so I don't mind not drinking, because if it's not going to be super yummy, whatever, it's not worth. Just not worth it. Wow, I am making everything hard for myself, obviously. I do not know. I just don't know, guys. I bet Pablo gave a better stream tonight. Oh, wait, I am Pablo. Ooh, that sounds brutal. Blue Huggy the Kraken. Well, to be deadly honest, it comes down to buy the best one you can afford. I mean, I think that, like, I bought a Cintiq before I actually bought a computer because I saw it in the art department. I was like, oh my gosh, that's going to be the way that I interface with a computer. As a tool user, I can't imagine not having a Cintiq, right? If you can afford one, I'd buy one because I find that it actually makes things much easier, especially if that's what you're learning on, how to interface with your machine through a tablet. I've always used Wacom products. I've never used any of the other brands. And like I said, I bought a Cintiq before I bought a computer, so I've never used any tablet other than a Cintiq. So I would strongly suggest, I think Cintiqs are just really just one of the best tools there is, especially if you're a tool user, like if you're a sculptor, or if you're used to actually using physical tools. The learning curve on a Cintiq is just so much faster. It's just so great. And I'm also extremely dyslexic, so I can't really use a non-display tablet because it's just like doing an Etch-a-Sketch. Like, I've taught some classes where people didn't have, they brought their own machines, so they brought their little tablets. And I've tried to use the tablet, and I like go this way, and it goes that way, and here I'm putting my pen on, I'm stroking, and putting pressure where I want it to be. There's no guessing. It's very accurate. So I would strongly suggest, if you could afford a Cintiq, buy one. If you can't, then just buy. And like I said, I've never used any of the other products, so I don't know how Henway, and isn't it Henway, the Chinese company? I'm not sure how they are. But the nice thing about Wacom is that, they basically invented the technology, so their stuff is very high quality. The company's really nice. I've never had a problem with them. So as far as tablets go, I think that, starting off with a Cintiq actually could be very beneficial if you can afford it, obviously. All right, Raytheon, have a good one. Cracking in the barrel. Important point in face design are 10. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking, Saeed. All right, Raytheon, have a good night. Yash, did that answer the question? I mean, I just personally, I can't use a standard tablet, but if you want to buy, I would suggest, Wacom just makes great tablets. I mean, like I said, I've never had an issue with their product. I've never had an issue with the company. They're just a great group of people in my book. I like them. Wacom been very, very good to me. No, I obviously have absolutely nothing in mind. In my brain, I have an idea. I started this doing it from the center, then, I have an idea about it, but I don't really have a concrete picture in my head. I'm just futzing around because my brain is so wackadoodle today that I don't see a very promising outcome as far as anything that I'm actually kind of working on today. So I don't have high hopes for success in anything. So I'm just throwing stuff out here. We're looking at it. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer your questions as opposed to sitting here trying to figure out what I'm doing. Nah, it's getting there. I mean, it's at this point I've sculpted it 3 times and I wasn't super stoked with the first ones. And this is sort of a smaller knife. So I'm just trying to stylistically come up with something that's nice that'll work on a smaller knife. On resin casting, you mean actually using the resins in burnout? I think that if you learn how to cure your resins well, resins work fine. I think the problem is that a lot of people don't know how to deal with resins, and so you wind up getting a lot of burnout issues, right? So in that sense, I think that that's the real problem with resin casting, is that you don't want to UV it because that captures the microscopic resin into the model, and then when you burn that out, that boils to the surface and you wind up getting really crappy surfaces because of it. Well, that's why he was asking what tablet, or at least that's what I think, why I was asking what pen tablet was better. Well, it depends on what it is. If it, like for miniatures, I think that, resin casting is a perfectly fine final product. For jewelry, I don't know. I've yet to find a resin that's really tough enough to take a daily beating. But that's one of the reasons I'm a big Forum Labs fan as well, is because their material sciences they put a lot of time, energy, and money into their material sciences. So, like, they have 3 new tufts, which are awesome. One of them is pretty flexible. And that might actually be something that could be used as a final product. The problem with the resins is that some of them gas off, and like if you're wearing a ring or something like that, feasibly, if you didn't cure it to where you get all the gas off, that's something that could irritate the skin. They do have 3 biosafe materials now. They're actually denture materials. And I have them, but my printer's on the pooter, so I haven't been able to print. But those don't gas off. I mean, those are designed to be inside your mouth, all day, every day. So those are safe resins to build things out of, Haven't had the opportunity to do it yet because I'm still waiting on another printer. For miniatures, oh yeah, no, they're great. I mean, there's plenty of materials that you can print your miniatures out of on Formlabs, if you have a B9, they have a really nice high-res gray. It's a little flexible. So if you had thin spears and stuff, it could bend. Because the model that I saw at the trade show was a little tank, and it had a lot of detail. And the turret, you could... What's the gun called? It's the turret and the... whatever. That was very flexible. But I think that that also makes it, it's going to last longer. But you could wind up with things that are like... Yeah, cannon. Yeah, we're working on that. I mean, they'll just replace my Form 2, but I want to see if I can trade in and use my stuff and get a Form 3. I really would like a Form 3 XL, but I want, or X or L or whatever it's called, the large one. But I need to be printing a lot sooner than fourth quarter, so yeah. But for miniatures, no, it's great. That's what a lot of the miniature companies are using is the form. And they're just using some of the tough materials, if I'm not mistaken, because they now have 2 new tough materials. And I think that they're pretty robust as far as materials go. At least the samples I saw were. I haven't used it yet. Because once again, I'm still waiting for my printer. But I'm doing a webinar with them tomorrow, so that's something I might try to bring up. Tips for beginners. Well, Yash, the number one tip for beginners that I can give you is this. If you are, and when you say beginners, I assume you mean beginning at sculpting as well as ZBrush. And honestly, what I would say is if you can't take classes, if you can't take a class, copy, right? And why I say, and what I mean by copy is, like, oh, today I'm going to sculpt this hard drive. Today I'm going to sculpt this speaker. And why I say that is because until you develop an eye where you can see if you're on track for what you want things to look like. If you're making things up as a beginner, if it's screwed up, weird, and wonky, you can always go, oh, well, yeah, no, I meant it to be like that, yeah. Where if you're trying to sculpt this microphone, you can take a ruler to it and you can test, measure your things and see if they're right. And if you're copying things that you have an actual reference to, it allows you to be able to identify form, shape, and scale much quicker than if you're just making things up. Because, like I said, when you make things up, a lot of people honestly don't have the discipline to be mean to themselves, where you're like, oh, that sucks. And the thing is don't be afraid to make stuff that sucks. I mean, I make stuff that sucks every day. You know, the key is learning to see, and then in turn being honest enough to edit. Those are the hard things. But I would say copying is kind of an ugly word, but you know, that's what, if you think about like the great masters in painting and sculpting and stuff, they would have you copy their work until you did your masterpiece, and your masterpiece is what allowed you to then go on and do your work. And so I think that there's something to that, where by copying objects that exist, you have a very concrete rule, or a concrete object that you can then look at and judge. So judging is no longer opinion. It's just fact. And that's where learning to see comes in, because you could go, well, that looks exactly like it. And, you know, it's like, these are this long, and you just can't see the perspective. And that's how you can tell if you're having issues learning to see. And if you do have, you know, people who have weird eyesight or whatever, you know, you can see things incorrectly initially, but you can train your eye that if it looks this big, you know that that's right? Because if you're seeing it like this, and you're like, okay, but if you're looking at this and you're actually seeing it that way, then you can, you know, understand what your optical issues are and then correct them. Developer your critical eye. That's a very important thing. Learning to see is very difficult, and that's really what it is. You've got to train your eye to interpret, and, you know, none of this is three-dimensional, right? This is a two-dimensional object, and I have to understand how this is going to look within a three-dimensional object. And how does this transition, and how does this become a three-dimensional object? And that can be very tricky. I think that a lot of people learning how to see is actually one of the biggest problems. And if you're just out there making your own stuff and you're like, oh yeah, you know, I like people with three eyes. Well, that's cool. You know, you can make a career with people with three eyes. But if you think that that's actually a person with two eyes and you keep making them with three eyes, you're wrong, right? And, you know, you could hear people, well, there's no such thing as wrong in art. Well, I mean, if you're trying, you know, if you're trying to sculpt this and you're honestly trying to sculpt this and it winds up looking like a Coke can, you're wrong. And so you got to remember that when you're learning the craft, right, you're not doing art, you're learning your craft. And especially now where everyone gets participation awards and there's no such thing as wrong. And well, sadly, there are things that are wrong. You know, I mean, if, like I said, if you're trying to sculpt me and you wind up with a sculpture of Madonna, you're wrong, right? Now, if you are confident in your craft and you're just trying to do things that are in your mind, well, you know, you could sculpt me and it actually be a sculpture of Madonna, and you're like, okay, well, but no, I was trying to say that he's flamboyant and likes to sing in, you know, big cone breast costumes, you know. So I think that's the big tricky part, because a lot of people don't want to admit that they make things that aren't good, you know, and we all make things that aren't good. And the day you realize that it's okay to make things that aren't good, but you really have to be honest with yourself about intentionality and what are you trying to accomplish, and are you actually accomplishing what you're trying to accomplish. And that's much easier if you're copying things that actually exist, right? Right. What? It's tricky because a lot of people, especially a lot of ZBrush sculptors, a lot of them are, um, fans of others, like film and gaming characters and things like that. And, they make stuff and either the anatomy's bad or, it doesn't look like the character they want it to look like. And then you bring that up and people get really defensive about it, where they're just like, oh no, I meant to make him have 6 arms, Wolverine with 6 arms. That's what I was shooting for. And that's cool if that is what you're shooting for, but being very honest about to yourself. I mean, because when you're learning, who cares what other people think? You have to understand what's happening, and you have to understand how to use a brush to make it accomplish what you want. Because until you know what you want, it's very tricky, and you can kind of play some lazy games with yourself. And we all do it. I'm not. It's just, I've been doing this so long that I know when I'm being cheesy and when I'm kind of being lazy and futzing off. And luckily I had really good teachers who were very brutal, and I learned a lot from that. And I think that's a real important key about being a beginner, is be very honest with yourself and be honest about what you're trying to accomplish, and then be very honest about, did you accomplish it or not? Don't give the old, well, it's my art, it's not, it wasn't meant to be like that. Come on, really? That one peeves me off a little. Every once in a while, I have a student that tries to pull that one. I'm just like, nope. No. Because until you're a harsh critic of your... And so when I say critic, I mean it in the true and traditional form, in the sense of having a critical eye where you can honestly evaluate what you're trying to accomplish. That is critique. Right. And criticism sort of has become a bad word nowadays. And, it's just, oh, well, that means you're talking bad about something. Well, no, that means we are trying to evaluate something with a critical eye. And then criticism is trying to verbally identify what those issues were and work on them. At least that's what criticism's supposed to be. But often it's just other people ranting about your work. Especially now in the world of online, people could say whatever they want. It's like, that sucks. You're like, well, what did you do? I built the Eiffel Tower. Okay. Sure you did there, buddy. So I think that would probably be and just don't stop. It's just man hours. It's all about hours. You know, every time you see someone who's like that prodigy, right? Oh, wow, look, they're such a natural. Well, that's because they've been doing this since they were a kid. They've trained themselves just through obsession of some sort or another to get, that they've learned how to see early by drawing or sculpting or whatever, playing the piano, whatever. Very, very rarely is the prodigy actually a prodigy in the sense of, Mozart wrote his first concerto at or like 3 or whatever. There are people who just, their brains are just out there. They're wrapping their heads around some of these things without learning those things really. But, at the same time, Mozart's dad was a lunatic who wanted him to do it and, introduced him as a super, super young kid. And so, when you grow up with that being the only thing that's in your head, I hope that you are, a prodigy in that context. Because, that's what your input is. That's how you learn to see the world. And, you hopefully you're good at whatever your parents are forcing you to do. Because if you suck at it, you're going to have a hard time with your parents, I think. Yeah, no, there's always some prick who's trying to, make themselves feel better by tearing you down. But, what's funny is often that jerk has identified something that you should look at. I think even the most caustic and vile people who are just there to degrade you, ignore them, in the context of them being just massive jerks. But whatever they've anchored onto could be a very legitimate issue. They're doing it to tear you down, not to inform you. So you can actually learn from anyone if you learn just to filter out the bile. They can be horrible and say horrible things, but if they start saying, "Oh, and look, your guy has 6 eyes," well, maybe you should count the eyes. Does he have 6 eyes? I find that I always found it interesting when I was doing sort of my bigger sculpture just for myself, my art. I had a studio in downtown LA, and so there were these 3 homeless guys who lived on our block, and they started, when we had parties and stuff, they would watch the cars and stuff like that. And then it eventually came to these 3 guys that I would actually pay to come into the place and clean up. And one day I had them cleaning up, and they were looking at my work, and the one guy started talking about my work. And honestly, he had a very good eye. And it was just like, so many people are so tied up in their ego in art where they're like, "Oh, you're a homeless person. What the hell do you have to say about anything?" You can learn something from anyone. You never know who can see, And I found that to be pretty important too, is pay attention to what people say, even if I'm not saying give it all the weight, but at least listen, right? But yeah, there's some real pricks in the world who want nothing more than for you to stop what you're doing because they're unhappy, horrible people. It happens that way sometimes. Indeed it does. So anyone out there have any questions or issues or want to talk about anything? Shoop, ba-doo, ba-doo. Yeah, it's funny because there's a very fine line where you have to have confidence in yourself where you're not completely blown off course by what people have to say. Because the other thing about art is that, it really is personal. I mean, you can judge someone's craft, right? I mean, technically, is that a good sculpture? No, it's lumpy. No, it has 6 arms. No, blah, blah, blah. But when it comes down to art, that's purely, I've made stuff that is not very realistic looking, that isn't, that's weird for specific reasons. I was trying to accomplish something. And there's a fine line with having enough confidence to not be bowled over by negative criticism and being so confident that you're not listening to people that you should be listening to. And that's a tricky one, balancing your ego. No, he was just rather insightful. I mean, he never took art classes. Yes, I did ask if he had taken art classes or if he was kind of this insane homeless guy. He was wackier than hell, actually. But he's been living on the street as long as he could remember, and he watches, he pays attention to things, and it's fascinating how the human mind works. At least it's something that fascinates me a great deal. I really enjoy the critiques because, once again, I'm giving you my opinion of stuff. It's not, this is the right way or this is the wrong way. But, I can say, okay, well, this is going to print or this isn't going to print, or, no, that does not look like an apple. It's a banana. But I love critique because it's always fascinating, like when you're giving someone your opinion about how, not necessarily how you would do it, but sort of what's important to you, right? Because I'm judging things off of my art classes and my art history and, my aesthetics and what I like. And I try to be, where it's, because there's stuff that is, great stuff that I would never make, that I don't particularly care for. But it's tricky being able to critique and not make it about me. Like, how do you give someone your opinion of what they're doing and still make it about their work and not about what I think? But since it's a critique, it has to be about what I think, right? I don't know. Does that make sense? I think it's quite tricky, but I also find it really wonderfully amazing because, when you see what people are doing, it's just really cool. And especially when it's in class where I'm giving people the same assignment and they're all coming in with all kinds of different work. I just find that really cool. I think that there's some really interesting ways that people think that is not how I think. And I don't know, I find that quite compelling. And as a teacher, you're trying to, I get a lot of people who are sort of fans of my work who then in turn come into class and sort of make work that looks like my work, and that's cool. That's fine. I'm not saying that's wrong in any way, shape, or form, but it's always exciting to see them, because, what I'm trying to get people to do is embrace their voice, right? Because we all have an opinion and a view. And I think that's, as a teacher, because I never ever dreamt that I would be a teacher. I left grad school because I was like, well, why do I need a graduate degree? I'm not going to teach. Yeah, good call there, Ace. But that's one of the things that I just find so incredibly cool and compelling is when you get someone who has broken through the craft insecurity where they can now make a piece without having to worry about being able to make a piece, and watching them then start to explore their vision and their voice. It's really a neat transition point. It's really cool to see. Well, that's a tricky one, especially, and here I go again on my rant, especially in the world of participation awards. My opinion's just as valid as yours. Well, actually, no, it's not. My opinion about how to build a nuclear power plant is not as valid. My opinion on how to build a bridge is not as valid as the engineer building a bridge. It's not. Sorry, it's not. And, someone who tells me, and once again, I'm not saying I can't learn and that I know everything, but someone who's obviously making an object that will never print or that will never cast, and they're like, well, I'm going to experiment because experimenting is a very important way to learn. But when you say, well, no, you really do have to put supports on that or it won't print. Oh, pshaw, I know what I'm doing. And you're just like, okay. Yeah, no, your opinion actually is not as valid. And a lot of people don't like hearing that. If we're talking about, I can give you my opinion on how to do UVs for a game. And you know what? You're not going to get a job off of what I tell you to do because that's not something that I know how to do. But, I could sit here and have an opinion on it. And, I might wind up being right. I wouldn't make wagers on it, I mean, I'm an intelligent individual, and if we sat down and tried to work out or work through that question, we could probably figure it out. But, if you ask someone who actually does it, you're going to get much more value out of that opinion. So I think it is important to pay attention to the people who do things, right? It's like, you don't want to ask me how to build a rocket ship or, add 7 numbers together. You probably don't want to ask me that either. But yeah, everyone's a special butterfly and their opinions all matter. Yeah, sorry, that's not true. Now, but that's my opinion. Maybe it matters. I don't know. But switching to teaching, instead of doing freelance and, trying to focus on education has been so educational, because there are lots of these things that I've developed that, I developed from doing. And, maybe that tool wasn't there when I started, and that's how my pipeline developed. Or, maybe I tried it a few times and I was using it wrong, and, I stopped using it because it wasn't doing what I wanted it to do or whatever. My workflow is really different than most people's. And I would say that my workflow is as valid as any of those people's, But maybe not for game development, right? Maybe not doing UVs for film or video games or something, My workflow may not be the best for those. But I would say I have a pretty good workflow for developing high resolution models for print. Well, everybody, it just, the whole thing where, oh, well, if a child loses, they don't develop self-worth. You know what? Sports isn't a parent. Your child should be developing self-worth from the moment he's, I think that starts at home, not on the sports field or in the art class, I don't know. Yes, I am. It's very noisy. Remember how I said get used to making things that aren't good? I think I'm heading down that road right now. This is kind of tragic, I think. Oh, we can go back to that. Yeah, I can do that. Can you take a screen cap and let me see it? Can you post a screen capture? Because then I can kind of look and see what exactly you're dealing with. All right. Yeah, let's go back to you. No, we are not saving that. Remember when I said we all make things that are not good? All right, where were we here? Okay, we have our cut lines. I kind of forgot about that. Good call. Because this is easier to deal with than my befuddlement. So basically what I'm doing here is determining, because an opal's pretty soft, and so I want to make sure that I have plenty of room to deal with the setting on this one. And where's the stone? Is it in there? getting okay. I think that needs to be... All right, well, let's push Shift F. You mean that? Yeah, you're just going into your polyframe mode. Is that what you're talking about? So that's this button here, that's polyframe, so you can see your geometry. Mary, tell me if that's what you're talking about. If it's not, see if you can take a screenshot and upload it for me, and I can see exactly what the issue is. I think those need to be shorter. Because until I can see it, I don't know exactly what... Yeah, no, of course. I'm glad you said it because it didn't occur to me. Like I said, I kind of got up way too early this morning. I got up at 6:30 and I couldn't go back to sleep, and it kind of makes... I get bad brain days where I just kind of get befuddled and I can't form sentences. It's kind of bad. It's like I had a stroke. I shouldn't laugh about that. I'm old enough where I could start having strokes, I think. These are really chimey today. Let's see. I kind of like this transition. We were getting in here, I think, and scooping these out. I'm not sure. Is there some place you can upload it and just send me a link? Or Mikey's, will you post the ZBrush TSW, the link for the crit uploads, and you can upload it to that link. Mikey's, I don't know how long you've been here. If you, yeah, that one. You can upload it to there, and I can look at it from there. Yeah, it's like cognitive disassociation or something. I'm just like, and I think it's just, I very, 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 very rarely wake up early without just going back to bed. My usual work day is get up around 9:30, 10, and then work until 2:30 to 4. So I tend to work at night. And if you're not planning on getting up early and you do, and you can't get back to sleep, I just get wonky. It's weird. Do you not see the link in the stream? http://zbru.sh/TSW. Is that not going through? Emmanuel, do you see that link? Is that going through to YouTube? Just see if someone else on YouTube is seeing the link. Thank you. I think it was just Mary. Emmanuel was on YouTube, so I thought that he could tell us if he saw the link. All right, I think this is actually getting pretty close. Sounds like that CPU is just like, those fans are chirping. Yeah, it actually turned out very well. And what's funny is that that was done before a lot of the really cool tools that are in ZBrush now. Like trying to get that model out, you know, we couldn't have big models back then. The machine, you know, the program just wouldn't deal with it. And, I'll see if I can find that model. You'll laugh because trying to get it decimated, it was all tessellated and weird. It was, I mean, looking at the model now, I'm just like, oh, that's crazy how much better ZBrush is now, you know. Or not necessarily how much better, but just how much they've done so much work to make it something where we can use it to produce, you know, models and the such. So, you know, looking back on that, I'm just like, wow, I can't believe it worked out so well. But yeah, they gave those to everyone on the dream team, on the basketball team. They gave it to the coaches and stuff too. It turned out great. It's really a neat piece. The artwork was really good. So it was, you know, it was easy for me. It's nice when you get good artwork and, you know, you're not having to try to cover someone else's incompetence. Great. Tell me when it's uploaded and I'll go look for it. There we go. Is that telling me it uploaded? Yep. Boop. Wow, that's crazy. Do you have a picture of it before you hit the button? Because it almost... Are you in ZModeler? That's... But see how the polyframe is textural? It's like taking each of the lines. It's almost like it's it's almost like it's inset the mesh, right? So you're getting a separation and inset and a. Because see here, there's dimensionality though. The polyframe is becoming dimensional. Oh, that's literally just that's a material issue? Wow, holy Hannah. So did you hear that, Mary? Did you try a different material? And then two, do you have a picture of the model before this happened? And then what button did you push to make it happen? Because I'd like to see if I can make it happen. Yeah. Sorry, Jamurf me? I could never pronounce people's names. Manage photos. Maybe you accidentally on the texture map. That's an option, I bet. Huh. But do you have the model before it does this? Try swapping the material and see if that works. Let's take the polysphere. I mean, because the only way I can see that happening, that I can think of, one, if it is a material issue, which would be interesting because I don't know how the lines are becoming dimensionalized. You know, if you're doing ZModeler and you had like inset each poly, all polygons. You know, that would do that, but that's not then raising it. You know, I mean, that's staying flat. If you divide it, is it going to? No. So that's not going to do it. And just if you're hitting Control Shift or Shift F, that is just that. I mean, that's not. Well, try swapping the mat and then send me that picture and let's look at it and see if there's something going on there. All right. I just want to scoop this out a little more. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, I know. Really, stop it. My 16 years in ZBrush, and I've never seen that happen before. to export as an OBJ and import it back into the new scene. Couldn't hurt. All right, let's just tune some of these lines up. And it was just the material? How is the is it? I don't understand how the vertices are becoming dimensional. That's crazy. Actually, I know people who would love to know how to do that intentionally. Is it a ZTL or is it a ZPR? Can you send me the model? Just upload the model to, do me a favor and stop sending me pictures. Just send me the model and I'll upload it and let's look at it and see if we can figure it out. I'd be happy to at least give it a shot. Oh, so they're not there. That's weirder than hell. So you're lowering the subdivisions. I know, it's crazy. I just wonder if it'll do it on my machine. Like if I go through. Yeah, upload the model and let me see if I can get it to do this. And if I can, we can probably figure out what it is. That's weirder than hell, honestly. Because it's not there. And you just pushed, it makes no sense that you're pushing the view polyframe and that's doing that. I know, that's crazy. Yeah, upload the file and I'll see if I can get it to do it. And if I can get it to do it, then we can probably figure out what the issue is. I'm sorry, I'm not Pablo and I don't speak Spanish. My name didn't change over. I'm sorry. I know it's a disappointment that I'm not Pablo. sad. I'm spending 6 months in Spain and I still can't speak Spanish again. My poor brain took a hit when I drowned, and yeah, my language centers got hammered pretty bad, sadly. In material modifiers. So here, let's go here. Frame. All right, so material, come on. Material modifiers. And now what do we do once we're in here? I can understand color bump, but the vertices, it's not really a color line, right? Okay. Oh, I'm on a Mac cap. I see what you're saying. Sorry. All right, basic material. Yeah, no problem. Okay, and so I'm on a material. Material modifiers. Learn something new every day, don't we? I'm waiting with bated breath. Type faster, type faster. Color bump slider. Am I doing it wrong? I mean, that's not making it dimensional. We'll divide it. Am I doing something wrong? But see, you can see, I'm assuming Mary's a her. If it's not, I apologize. But you can see her vertices. Am I doing something wrong? Hold on, let's see if she got the model uploaded here. Oh, it's a ZPR. Okay. Let me go back to this real quick. Let me delete this. Let me save this. Oh, let me go back. Boom. We'll come right back to this. Quick save. Did I need more? I mean, did that quick save? Yeah, okay. So let's go back to here. Let does a download. No, I don't want to. No, stop that. I just want this one. Is that downloading? download. Oh. Was it because I had mine was a ZBrush? It wasn't an OBJ? But this is a ZPR, it's not an OBJ. Am I just being a ding-dong here? Am I really? And don't forget to switch on draw. Oh, I didn't have draw polyframe on. How's she getting a white surface? Hello, I'm not Pablo. They mislabeled me again. I'm Tomas, but hello. I have to talk to Kyle about this one. This is the third week that I've been Pablo. Normally it transitions. I don't know if it's something I'm supposed to do now. Oh, sorry. No. Okay, so. Oh, you materials bump viewer material. Okay. And so you're saying that if I turn this, oh, well there. Because that's a bump view material. That's not just a standard material. And that's why it's coming in white. And if we come up here to material, and we do, what was it, color bump slider? No, it was it color bump? Yeah. So that's what it is. It's your material. And it has this color bump. I've never seen this before. So now my question is this something that can come out and actually be in the model physically? Right? Can you do this and actually get this effect on the surface of a model? I can't even. Yeah, so it's your material. That's the problem. You have this bump viewer material, right? And so if you come into your material, and I don't know what the benefit of using bump, I've never used bump viewer material, so I have no idea. But if you come in here to color bump slider, and you just take it to 0, it goes away. Good call. Found that one. So what is color bump material? And does it not have higher ret? No. So you're saying you lost the sculpting, it turned into this? Yeah, so you're going to have to give me a phonetic pronunciation of your name, but that's Jmurfme. I don't know how to say that. Let's all thank Jmurfme for coming up with that one, because I've never even opened this material, so I would not have been able to help you on this one. Break it down. How do you say it? Jmurfme. I got it? Jmurfme. Score. Right on. So it was a material. How to remove the color bump? Well, you just go over here and change materials, I'm assuming, right? There you go. Matte Cat Gray. There you go. Now you no longer have the color bump. You know, you can choose any material or matte cap at this point. I've never even seen color. I don't even know what color bump material is for. Do I even have it? Reflection. Yeah, I don't even know if I have that material. Oh, bump viewer material. Is that one? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so just change your material. Yeah, I was looking material bump view or something in my head. So yeah, it's just change your material, I'm assuming. Bump viewer matte. Yeah, you know, basic. Whoa, basic material does it too, though. Look at that. I've never seen that. Color bump. Zero, boop, there you go. Oh, okay. Learn something new every day. I always use the matte cap because that's the easiest. This gives you the best idea of what you're actually getting out of the machine as far as sculpting into printing. So I always use this, and as a matte cap, I guess I don't run into that, huh? Yeah. Mikey's, what is that? Oh, ZBrush bump viewer material. All right, well, let's see. Does it say why, though? Oh, I don't have a speaker. All right, that's not going to work very well. I'll have to look at that. How to paint sculpted details. Ooh. Okay. So he's painting it on, and it's coming on as a bump map. Oh. And what's that under? Texture? You learn something new every day. Look at that. Hold on. Oh, I guess let's go back to bump view. Here, I'm just going to divide this. Okay, and so, see, I don't know. I don't know what brush he was using there. What brush is he using? No. It's using standard brush. All right. I'll have to go through that with sound on. Fascinating. You learn something new every day. I love it. You go, Daddy-O. Killing it. I thought I quick saved that. Oh, there it is. I get confused easily if we haven't noticed. But why would you paint on detail when you can just sculpt the detail on? You have to look at it again. Jmurf, why would you paint the sculpture on as opposed to sculpting it? Oh, so that's not something they're translating out into a physical geometry. See, I don't even understand that. Everything I do is about coming out of the machine, so I don't understand. I mean, I do, but I was like, oh, that could be cool. And I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, you get it. You see what I'm seeing. I mean, yeah, I mean, if it's like game or film assets, it makes sense why you try to do that, I think. No problem. Like I said, I don't know anything about it, but someone might, and we got we got you a solution, and that's all that matters. Because I tell you, if it was up to me, we would never have gotten that solution, because we would have remained on this and not moved to a material, and it wouldn't have worked. I've stretched that all out. See, Mikey's, this is a point when feasibly I would have to look at how crappy that is. When you would choose to remesh, but I'm not going to choose to remesh. I won't do it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, obviously these are tools that are very useful to people. I mean, you look at his modeling is beautiful. So anyone who models that well obviously has a reason to do that, but I don't have an answer for that one. Not in my wheelhouse. But if we wanted to take that model and print it, I could tell you what you need done. You're right, now I've got a scratchy, wonky throat. I'm falling apart over here, guys. I'm just a mess. Guys, I hope they don't watch my streams at ZBrush. Pixologic is like, why in God's name do we have this idiot streaming? Like, yeah, Tomas, we watched your stream. You're no longer a ZBrush master. The tragedy of it. All right. I'm out of water. Sorry, I'm not Pablo. I'm Tomas. Did I clean this sculpt by Retopo? No, I don't think so. I think this is still the base quad model. Let's check. So this is the base quad. Oh goodness, which one was I sculpting on? Was it this one? Yeah, no, that's the same quad count, right? 372, 940. What, 940? So yeah, at some point I might have retopologized this. Or maybe, Oh, that's the recover tool. That might be. Yeah, see, this still has the original name on it, so no. Well, no, that's not gonna. I might have retopologized it, but I doubt it, because this looks like my base block up geometry. Wait, this is a different model now. Is that the one I was sculpting on? I'm so confused. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is the original or the base geometry for this one. Sorry, I'm not Pablo. They mislabeled my stream. Pablo went right before me, and so my stream didn't change names. Yes, I do often retopologize to clean up my models. This one was not. I try to keep all of my subdivision levels so I can really control my surfaces. ZBrush Guides is Pablo's website, where he has a lot of his education stuff and his resources. He has a lot of brushes and alphas and materials and stuff like that. ZBrush Guides is his website. Here, I'll show you. Come on. You can do it. Now, I'm not Pablo, right? See, Pablo doesn't look like me. But this is his stuff, and he has a bunch of brushes. His brush packs are awesome, actually. He's fantastic. And ZBrush Guide is really a great place. He has beautiful textures. The clay pack has a few brushes that are really cool. So yeah, he's an incredibly talented young man. He's awesome sauce. That's not me. Yeah, I saw. Did you see the see, once again, I can't think of the masterclass that it was the one before the last one. He was using so how I use Slash, that one clay brush that he used was a lot like how I use Slash, but it seems to be a different, it doesn't do the same thing in the bottom, I don't think. So I actually I bought the clay brushes because of that, or the clay pack because of the ZBrush Masters video, but I haven't done it. Yeah, he's an incredibly talented dude. And truly just one of the nicest people out there. He's really just a fantastic guy. I like him a great deal. When I see him, he makes me smile. That's one thing I really like about the ZBrush community, is that there's some really fantastic people in it. It's just cool when you get this many incredibly talented men and women who, are willing to share and, be part of community. It's I find it quite touching. Well, I'm glad I make you smile. Smiling's an important thing. I don't think people smile enough. If you don't find humor in the world around you, you're going to get really depressed. So I tend to find humor in a lot of things. Except sadly, you have to be careful what you find humor in, or you're going to get yelled at by some people. Well, I started out with the size, right? Where's my size mandrel? So I've pulled out the sizing. So there's Ringmaster is a plugin within ZBrush, but how it imports is a little funny sometimes. So what I did is I took each one of the scales and I created a scale guide here, and this is what Ringmaster does for you, but I got it to where it came here, and I think this is, let's guess, I'm going to say that this was an 11. So we hit that. And now this mandrel is, 25.7. Let's go back here. 25, wow, look at that, good guess. So 25.7 is size 11. And so you start here. I picked a size 11. And so now I have a ring band and I have a mandrel, so I can always go back to the right size. So when we come here, I will append the mandrel. And that way you always know, take this, flip it. Well, divide it so it's smooth. You can delete lower just so you have a smooth model. Flip it, and then that way when you come here and we turn our ring on, we can see where we're infringing into the ring hole, right? And you can see, because I put this little detail here, we're actually coming inside the ring. So this will make this fit more like a 10.5 because we've come in. So that way I know that when I'm actually getting ready to start prepping this for finish, I can just take this. Let's get a bigger brush, 0.5, enter, and right. And this is how you can always tell if you're retaining your size right. Holy Hannah. All of a sudden, people started talking. Is there a way to, well, there's a trim tool. I don't really know what clear coat is or 3D coat. ZBrush is the program I use. So here, let me find something that's lower poly just so we don't. High resolution, let's get, there, that's fine. duplicate. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Delete higher, delete lower. So I don't know exactly what that tool is, but are you talking about something that does that? Well, there's transparency, right? I mean, that's what I would consider an X-ray mode. I don't know what V-ray mode and X-ray mode are, but there's transparency. No, you know what? I mean, a lot of people love Blender, and I'm not someone to talk. I've tried to use Blender. I mean, it's been a couple of years ago, and the interface is different. And I've been using ZBrush for 16 years. I don't really need Blender. This does everything I need it to do, and Blender doesn't do things that I need it to do. So I don't really use Blender. I've never really used Blender, but supposedly the latest version really made some big changes, and it's supposed to be great. I just, this does everything I need it to do. So I'm not really, I can't see prompt my way out of a paper bag. So the concept of trying to learn new programs just because, that's not something I'm making money. I have to make money. And the concept of learning a new program just for the hay of it just doesn't seem very productive. Yeah, there are all kinds of ways to cut holes in ZBrush. I tend to think the cleanest, best, and easiest way is just to use Boolean tools. So because it's a live Boolean process, so let's take this and here, let's split mass points, go back to home, flip back. And what I find super helpful about ZBrush is come in here. Come on, what are you doing? Scroll, yell weenie. Boom, let's come here. Let us hide. Is it that one? Yeah. Oh. For goodness sakes. Let's put these in a folder just so I know where they are. Make that start. Make that negative. We'll turn on our Boolean preview. Turn off transparency. And see the nice thing, ooh, wrong one. Let's go to here. What I like about ZBrush's Boolean tools is that you can live Boolean. So you can actually see what's going to cut. So it allows you to kind of come in, move it, say, oh, I want it to be that deep. Oh, I want to punch a hole in it. Oh, I want it to be an oval hole. Oh, I want it to be 2 holes. And this just allows you to futz with it a lot, because let's say we went there and then again, sit there and really futz with it until it's exactly what you want it to be. I just find that to be very useful. And you can cut a hole in anything at that point. How is that? Well, I don't know what the other tool is. I mean, I do this on every month. Once you get used to it, it's super fast. I don't know why. I don't know it as a hassle. Let's put it that way. I find it gives me a ton of control over my models. But once again, if you're used to other tools, like when I sat down and tried to play with Blender, it was like so frustrating. I couldn't get it to do anything. So I think it just has to you know, if you're familiar with the tools, it becomes, you know, boop, ba-doop. How do you create a house with a lot of room in place with transparency? Yeah, I don't even know what that means. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to build an architectural model and you want to place parts when it's transparent? I'm sorry, Said, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking there. Yeah, I mean, you know, once again, I don't know what you're used to using. I don't know what that tool actually does. But like, let's say this piece, right? So I've now gotten it. No, that's the wrong part. Where are we? We're down here, right? So I've kind of got this piece where I want it. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to take these two parts. Come on. And I'm going to merge visible. And now normally that's a very quick process. Now I guess that's kind of a bigger model. Oh, it's because OBS is now controlling the what do you call it? Because I'm running OBS as administrator, it places OBS's CPU bandwidth above ZBrush's. So where I would used to stall out the videos when I do this, now it just makes these take longer because it's making sure that OBS doesn't stall out. Well, yeah, I mean, but you know, in the program that you're talking about, I mean, is bully or drilling a hole one button? Wouldn't you have to make the object or the drill and then move it to where you want it? Deadpool, can you send me a link to a video or something of the function you're talking about? Sorry, my CPU is jamming. I mean, I can at least look at it. You know, I've never even opened the program you're talking about, so I have no clue. But but isn't that what? And I'm not trying to get into a tit for tat or anything like that. I'm just asking the question. So we have this, we want a hole in it, right? So if I just, hold on, this is a big model. Let me just quickly lower the res, delete higher, delete lower. So, oh, hold on. Let me turn symmetry off. So we want to put a hole in the middle of this. So if I go like this, go like cylinder. I don't know how big that. Oh, sorry. I'm facing the wrong direction. Why is that not scaling? I don't know what I keep doing. Okay, so you have your hole, you have your cylinder. You just make that. You just change the order. make that star. Sorry, my machine is acting funny. Oh, it's because I'm completely blind, it seems. All right, make that negative, right? Turn that on. Turn that on. Sorry, I'm just being club-footed. If you knew that you were cutting cylinders, you just make it and you just drop it in anywhere you want. Well, especially, I mean, I've never even opened those programs. And this isn't just a ZBrush stream. This is a ZBrush stream. Excuse me. Is a ZBrush stream for manufacturing. Like, I don't do game assets. I don't do film assets. Everything I do is a manufacturing tool, right? So I have a when it comes to like some of the rendering stuff and UV maps, I don't know anything about any of that because I don't use it. So mostly what I do is purely manufacturing tools. So some of that stuff, you know, I just don't use them. I don't know. But I'm always interested. You know, I'm always willing to look at it and see what we got for sure. All right, so now I'm going to split these apart. Oh yeah. Well, thank you. You know, I have very specific usages, you know, and so some of this stuff I have no clue. I don't know anything about it. But I guarantee you, I can get crap out of this program that most people can't. While this thing's thinking, I'll show you. So Deadpool, I don't know if I am not Pablo, but this is the kind of stuff I make. I do, whoa. Oh, here we go. Like I do furniture and jewelry. And as you can see, like a lot of the stuff has been manufactured, right? So from furniture, you know, where's my scroll there? And then print it, cast it in bronze. And, you know, I make things like this. Let's see. Jewelry, you know, little skull bead stuff for William Henry. I make things like that. Furniture. So I'm not, and you can see I'm not really rendering a bunch of stuff. I'm primarily trying to manufacture pieces. So some of that stuff I have no clue about. I mean, like, that's the extent of my rendering. Go into Keyshot, drop some materials on it. I'm not. Right. So my usages probably are very different. Yeah, jewelry's fun. I mean, and the nice thing, what's funny is I get like people come onto the stream and they're like, oh, well, I have no interest in making jewelry. And they leave. And I try to explain to people that what I teach you isn't, or what I'm doing, and in turn, when I teach, it's not just jewelry stuff. This is like for miniatures, toys, anything that you're manufacturing. These are the techniques that you need to at least think about when you're trying to get stuff out of the machine. And I've been doing this as far as trying to get models out of the machine as long as anyone has. I mean, I got the first jewelry piece manufactured out of ZBrush. I know Gentle Giant and stuff had started to do printing stuff, but I had really, I was out there at the very beginning of this nonsense trying to get, wow, we are laggy. What is choking us out? Is it just OBS? Do not have answers. Am I getting the link to what? Yeah, without a doubt. Oh, is that what it is? I'm like, all of a sudden we just started going, rah, we started chugging pretty big. So first thing we're going to do is make that start, make that negative, and we are going to, let's throw that in a folder, because I like to do my booleans in folder actions as opposed to just within the string, because I don't like, if you just use the boolean tool, it dumps your boolean out here in tools. Or if you do your boolean within your folders, it keeps it all in the same subtool. And I find that much easier to keep track of, because when you get 30 tools up here and you don't know which one's which, and it's really annoying. No, I'm not seeing. So if I just do, is it what, 3D coat? And if I do cutoff tool, is that what I'm looking for? All right, let's see. Sorry, I don't have my speaker turned on. God, he moves around a lot. Just cut your damn hole, dude. I mean, you know, that's nice. There is the only thing about the, hold on. So there is, hold on, let me decimate this real quick. This might take a minute. We're going to decimate this. I could do a hell of a lot of cutting. Yeah, you can. I just let me decimate this so it's not a 15 million poly model, so it's a lower poly model, and the only problem with some of the ZBrush cut tools is that you get, like when you do a sharp corner, sometimes it fills the corners in, and I don't know why it does that. I think that is something that frustrates me. Oh, that's right. The CNC plugin does do some of that. It does. Well, Snapshot 3D will only do it. I think it only does it if you're generating the model in Snapshot. I don't think you can do a Snapshot Boolean, like let's say with this. I could be wrong about that, but if you go to Mike, will you remind me to update my UI at ZBrush Jewelry Workshop? If you go to and wait a couple days before you do this, if you go to if you go to ZBrush Jewelry Workshop and see sign up to be notified by mail, you get my brushes and my interface and all of that you get a download link from here. But I need to update the UI here. So if Mike reminds me to do that, I will do it. I'll do it this week. I just have to remember to do it. But if you come here, say get notified by mail, you can download my UI from here. And the other nice thing about the Booleans is that the other nice thing about using the Booleans is that you can, by holding down Control, going in and changing shapes, you can do some very fast, like a hole, a square, a rectangle, a triangle, a cone. You can get a lot of those basic primitives into one model and then Boolean that way. And I find it to be very quick. I mean, and yes, it's non-destructive, but well, here, let me, the other nice thing, well, it has that tool. It just, for some reason, we get soft corners. I don't know. I don't seem to have creativity issues. All right, so it has the trim tools, right? So there is, but trim won't punch a hole in, right? You know, you can do your, come on. Where's, like, trim curve, right? So you can, oh, I forget how to get sharp corners. There's a way to get a sharp corner. I just don't remember, because once again, this isn't a tool I use. I'll use a Boolean. You know, you can do this where it cuts. Yeah, see, because I had that little bend over there. But I would still do that. I'm just fast enough with Boolean that I would just do that by Boolean, because, you know, in the same, if you're thinking about it, like if I know that I'm going to be doing Booleans, like if I know that I'm going to be, let's say like that gun thing, right? You know, I'd start with a rectangle, and you know, if you have your base rectangle, you just come in and, you know, I can change my vertices, do my live Boolean, make that a negative, make that start, and then you can come in and you can change the shape of your guy. You can use it as a negative. There we go. And you can see it, so you can sort of see what it's doing. And the nice thing that I find about this is, okay, well, I got it there. Now I can just hold down Control, come over here, change my shape. Now that's a cylinder. W, rotate it around. And now I know that I'm going to cut through here. Right. And you see how I have this on. If you turn that off, you can see the cuts. But what I find about it, you know, I just find it, because I'm used to it, if I know that I'm doing a bunch of stuff like that, I'm going to set up a few primitives and then just hop into it and get going. I understand it's not the same tool by any means, but capacity-wise, I don't see that it can do anything. Like, there's nothing you're really doing there that can't be done in Booleans like this. I mean, definitely as quickly as that guy was doing. But, you know, if you have, let's say you're cutting channels in here and you're like, okay, well, sorry. Here, let me turn that on so I know what, I changed my shape here. Okay, and then, you know, punch that in where, oh. What did I do? There we go. And, you know, if I want a channel going the other direction, I can just drag that over, change my shape. You know, I rotated it. You know, change my shape to my channel, and now, you know, you're creating whatever you want. And, you know, when you get used to it, it goes pretty quick. But it's not the same. It's not the same. But I think, you know, that's sort of, once again, when you get used to your toolbox, you're used to your toolbox, you know. Whoa, holy Hannah, you've been typing a lot. Yeah, I agree on that one, actually. No, I do, without a doubt. Like I said, it's just, I never miss that tool because I just, I'm used to doing it through Booleans. And so I don't, you know, but yeah, that's one of my kind of gripes about the trim rectangles and stuff is that it gives you that weird, it doesn't cut every time. So the trim tools, if they actually cut sharp corners as opposed to giving you that angly corner, you'd be having, the same tool set. But I do like how you can change how deep, with that plane, you can change how deep it's cutting in. That's a very nice thing. You can, but that's that's very different than what that clip tool that he's showing. That clip tool is basically, it's sort of functioning like the Boolean tool is, except you have a lot more freedom with the form and the shape quickly. I can definitely see that, especially if you get used to it, obviously. Yeah, no, it's... Well, it, like I said, I've developed my workflow about, on using Booleans. I use Booleans a lot. And so, I kind of do things with Booleans because the nice thing about, but that clip tool, it's not the same thing, right? I'm developing clip functions and mechanical functions where I'm using the Boolean to create the airspace and mechanical functions. And then I just drop that into any sculpture. And now I know that it can be a mechanical function. But that's not, you're not going to do that with a clip tool. That's not what a clip tool's for. So, it's just your workflow without a question. For the clean corners and being able to move it around and get it to where you want it. Yeah, because the other thing about the clip tools in ZBrush is you can't stop it like you can't give it that plane and tell it to stop on that plane. The Boolean's going to be the way you can do that live like that as well. Hey, you get a core. Well, once again, it's all what you do. It's just, they're all just tools. There's no best tool. As a physical sculptor, ZBrush is sort of the way I think about models. So it's not, CAD kind of weirds me out when people, I don't want to type in numbers and things like that. I want to take a ruler. I want to see how big it is. I'm going to chop it off. And, they're all just tools. There's nothing, Well, and the thing, that is the one nice thing about ZBrush is that they do improve it. And they are actually, it's one of the things I love about the ZBrush, the people who program and make ZBrush, Pixologic is very conscientious about the artist, and they're actually very, very good about adding features. The thing is that ZBrush isn't CAD, so how it actually thinks about geometry is a little different. And so some of the things that are very, very easy to do in a CAD-based program isn't easy to do in ZBrush. So, just on a programming level, because how they view the geometry is a little differently. In CAD, it's always viewing it as a 3D object where and this isn't actually what it's doing, but think about ZBrush more as like point cloud analysis as opposed to dealing with solids, because it's not really processing what you're not seeing. So it allows you to have much bigger models and things like that. So, it just thinks about models differently. And so there are certain things that are viewing the piece as a whole, right? That if you need to view the piece as a whole, or the machine needs to view the piece as a whole, it gets complicated for it. It is not CAD. It does not think about things that way. So some of the things that seem very simple are very, very hard to implement. But I mean, they do a great job. This was not a manufacturing program 16 years ago. And because so many of us, have been pushing it to, 3D printing and stuff like that, they've created, all these tools to help us do that. So it's a very responsive company when it comes to, that kind of stuff. Thanks, Bradley. Yeah, I'm actually, I can't go too much longer because I have that Form Labs webinar in the morning. So I will have to get up tomorrow morning, but we'll give this a shot real quick. Yeah, it was nice having you. We'll start there. I'm every Monday night. I start at 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and then I usually go until like 2, 3 in the morning, my time. Because right now it's midnight my time. But I have a stream tomorrow morning with Form Labs, the printer company. I'm doing a webinar with them, and so I'm going to have to not go super late tonight. But yeah, for the most part, I start Mondays at 8 Pacific Standard Time. Yeah, actually, Mike, do you have the link, or do I have it? Hold on, I think I have it right here. Notepad. Boop. Boop. You have to register, but I mean, it doesn't cost anything or anything like that. Yeah, no, and I'm here every Monday. I mean, like, I'm here national holidays. I don't. Yeah, I'm here a lot. Yeah, of course. And like I said, I'm not like anti Blender or anti other programs. It's just I was a physical sculptor for decades, and then I saw ZBrush, and I was like, that's the future. And I bought it, and I've been using it for a long time. But I can't C prompt my way out of a paper bag. I'm actually not a very big computer person. I'm a weird old sculptor. Why, thank you. I keep saying that. All right. Well, I guess that's the world telling me that it's time. All right. So next week is the last Monday of the month, right? Am I right here? Um, no, that's what I was doing. Hold on. Let's look here. Boop. Yeah. Next Monday's the last Monday of the month. So we will have critique classes. So if anyone wants to talk about your models, upload them. Mike, I don't know if you have that link. Toss that up there. So upload your models and we'll talk about them next week. For those of you who just found me, the last Monday of the month, people upload their models. We go over them, we look at them, we talk about design stuff, but we also talk about, what we can do to make them print better and things like that. So it's just a general kind of critique and discussion about design and your parts. So feel free to upload that there. And yeah, ZTLs, OBJs, or STLs, but ZPRs, like I open them all so we could go back and forth between points sometimes. And if it's a ZPR, it completely wipes it out. And honestly, ZPRs make me deal with your internal scale and your material colors. And honestly, I don't want your material colors and stuff. I would prefer to have them in my world. Yeah, no, everything. I mean, we look at, you name it, we look at it. So, yeah, feel free to, drop in your models and join us. I think it's enjoyable and educational and interesting because we get, like I said, we get very, very professional character modelers. We get jewelers. We get people who it's the first model they've ever made. And I just think that discussing models becomes a very good way of learning to see your models from a different view. And when I was at CalArts, critique classes were a very, very integral part of our education. And I think that critique allows us to be able to, tune our eye and allow us to look at some of the issues of our models from a different point of view. So I find it very helpful. I feel you. My internet is slow. Well, yeah, here, I'll show you Deadpool here. Look, this, one sec, where's Instagram? So like this is stuff that I do in ZBrush as well. These are jigs. I built this model to make a drilling jig for my sunglasses, right? And so these are all printed. And, so we'll discuss mechanical function. I might not know, but we can talk about it, obviously. But, it's not just jewelry. It's not just character models. It's not, bring in your model and we'll talk about it, Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so, I make all kinds of weird stuff, right? Yeah, sake sets, tea sets. Do I have any? I do some character work. Hold on, I think we have some stuff down here but all of the functioning clasps and stuff for jewelry, lamps, Legos, very big, important, but I built this in ZBrush, right? Tomas the tank. So, yeah, from mechanical to super organic, I make stuff, is what it comes down to. And so we, I at least have a little bit of knowledge in most of it. So bring your models, let's look at them, and yeah, hallelujah. Let's get down to talking about some art. Yeah, I do. Almost all of this is printed in resin. I have Formlabs printers, and then we also have a SolidScape, but that's not resin. So yeah, I've been printing for pushing 20 years now. We've been using printing. So, like I said, I'm not really a gearhead. I learn what I need to learn to be able to, do my job. And this is my job, right? So, yeah, we've been resin printing for a long, long time. Right. Yes. Yeah, Tomas the Tank. Yeah, my friend made me a t-shirt, and so then I made the model. Awesome. You're awesome. Good man. Oh yeah, no, I'm a big, big, big printer fan. Um, it's just fun, And the nice thing about Form Labs is they have a bunch of really awesome technical materials that have a lot of technical properties. And so what I try, because most of the printers that jewelers use, they just use it for wax, and I'm like, no, you want to. I mean, the nice thing about, and I'm sure there are other printers that do it as well. It's just I find that the Form Labs is, especially for my students, it's sort of idiot proof. It's hard to fail a model if you take some basic principles to begin with, but also their resins are just great. And I mean, like I printed all those jigs, and there's not anything in there that's wax, and it's 3 different materials, and it's awesome. So yeah, I'm a big printer fan. Well, I don't know about the best, but I'm definitely funny. Right? Don't you find me funny? I'm pretty funny, guys. Come on, give it to me. I'm kind of funny, right? So please join me next week. I'm going to take this as a message from the universe saying that it's time to stop the stream and I need to go home and go to bed. Boop. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Join me next week. Expensive. Form Labs is so cheap. They're awesome, cheap machine. You got to figure that our jewelry printers, like a professional printer for jewelry manufacturing, our cheap one is about a $23,000 entry. You jump up to that $40,000 to $50,000 like middle tier class, and if you buy an Envision Tech with the high detail lenses, it's almost $300,000. So, when you get a $4,000 printer, $4,000 printer's cheap, especially if you're making money, right? Because you got to think about it. $4,000. I mean, I can sell a piece of jewelry for $4,000. I mean, this piece of jewelry is, I think almost $14,000. That piece of jewelry is $12,000. So, with that tool, I can make one piece and make my money back off of one part. So that's the nice thing about, when I say that Form Labs is a cheap printer, it's an incredibly affordable printer for something that's producing professional quality parts. So, can you buy a cheap printer for $300? Yeah. Is it going to make parts that I can use to manufacture? No. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's very nice to meet you. Yeah, I mean, even if you're making a few $100 things, let's face it, anyone who is trying to do this for a living, whatever it is, making miniatures, making lamps, making whatever the hell you want to make, $4,000 is nothing for an investment. I mean, we had to buy a solid scape. That's $24,000. That's not something you can ask your mom for the money for, It's like, So when I say it's a cheap and affordable printer, I mean, the resins are not super expensive. And I mean, I'm sure you can find cheaper resins, but you know, a liter is anywhere, depending on the resin, anywhere between, I think it's like a hundred, excuse me, $180 to $300 for the technical resins. I think they're like $289 or something like that. That's cheap. Now, if you're going to print a car, that's real expensive. You know, what are you using it for? That's what you can amortize your values on, you know, because it's a bigger build platform than most of the other like affordable printers out there. So, you know, I just find them to be incredibly productive shop tools. Okay, so for those of you who are going to join me in the morning, I'll see you in the morning. But if you register, even if you miss the stream, they'll send you a link so you can see it after. But I think my presentation's about 35 minutes, and then it's all Q&A and with Formlabs there. So, you know, it's going to be targeted towards printing and sort of how to use ZBrush to integrate with other programs that you're using. So you don't have to be a great sculptor. I'm kind of showing you how you can use the different tools to, you know, create things that are manufacturable. Alrighty, kind and gentle folk. I want to thank Pixologic. If y'all don't have ZBrush, ZBrush Mini, I downloaded it, and then I haven't opened it yet because I've been busy trying to get these webinars. Those. So I have the webinar tomorrow with Formlabs, and then next Tuesday I'm doing a ZBrush Masters stream web thingy-mabob with Pixologic. So join us there as well. Right, is that everything? Have I said everything? Thanks, everyone. I appreciate you being here. Sorry I'm cutting it short, but I do have to get up in the morning. And I got up in the morning this morning, and I'm just a fubble-bubble. Okie dokie. Have a good one. And please upload your models. I find the critiques are actually fun. It's not ugly or brutal or nasty. You know, I'm trying to empower you guys to become better at what you do. All right. Cha-cha.